Hello there. How do you stop the recording?
So Hi, Angel. Hi, Giza. How are you doing? Nice to see you here. Hello, hello.
Hi,
Hi, too. How are you
how
doing?
good? And
Me,
you? How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. Did they start the class or not? Just because 5 minutes passed? But
Yeah, I
here, and
don't know. Let's
maybe
ask.
they have forgotten us to join us to the class or something else. What do you think?
I don't know. I'm writing to Michi now.
Okay, just I think that's good idea to write for Mercedes, right?
Yeah,
Okay, I will.
All right, people can in Zoom, can you hear us?
Yes, thank
Perfect.
you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
So yes, welcome to the third and last week of Node.js, where we are going to learn more about like DB interactions. So in the first week, we learned the basics of routing, so how to route, some calls and how to handle it in your browser or in your calls in the backend. And then the last week, we learned more about routing, how you can make your routing modular, how can you handle things in a specific order, so you can have like the users things in their own file and the other things on a specific file. Yes, there was some challenges with kind of import and export and other things. Like also some people mentioned that the template for the meal sharing app, it was using the old style like of module exports and module imports, and that caused things to break a bit. So I've actually contributed to this, and I updated it to use the new structure, but then everyone else who have already created it, they will not get the update. So then maybe I can show you what you need to change to make it work, but we can do this a bit later. But yeah, so we also didn't talk about the last part last week about the middlewares, because we talked about the routing. So we will talk about this, but let's just start with a recap of what we have learned about last week. But yeah, before that, okay, the agenda. So we're going to revise what we have learned in week 2. We're going to learn about something called RESTful API. We're going to learn more about databases. I think some of the homework you also had to use the Next.js, right? Was it easy to figure out or no? Okay, okay, then we're going to learn more about it. And then we're going to spend more time in Postman, if you remember Postman from last time. And then we're going to do exercises. So, okay, let's start with the revision of the things we learned last week. So do you remember what routing is? Yeah, routes. What are routes? Yeah. Yeah, if you don't specify a route, what would happen? Like 404 or like nothing, not found. Yeah. Right? Yes, because it's kind of contract. So if you don't know how to handle it, then it doesn't work. Okay, that's good. Do you all agree with what she said? You can't even hear. Maybe you can. Can you say it again with the microphone? Well, that's not too much. Oh, yeah, you can. Yes.
This is the path that we provide, so we can have a conversation with the web browser, and we can get our request. For example, we have a get request, we have a path request, we have a post request, for example. And if we do not provide anything, so we would get a bad request or
404, like not found.
404, yeah.
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 Okay, cool. Yeah. Do you agree with that? Yeah. So other people can hear, just.
But it's just about the idea that I have felt that this controlling, not the opposite, even though it's probably supposed to be our control. We are supposed to control. I felt like this because it is somehow complicated a little bit, and like we have to learn. It is controlling us a bit. I don't know, maybe I'm
Yusuf, would you please use your microphone? Because we cannot hear what you are saying. Thank you.
He preferred not to use it, but let's use it then. So
Thank you.
Yes. So the idea that I felt that this is controlling us, not the opposite. And I felt that this is really awkward because we are supposed to be more comfortable with it. So I found a YouTube channel that's called Web Dev Simplified. So web development simplified. And he was actually talking about this specific topic about routing and things, where he was talking about the idea that simply when you start by the like app.get, then you are talking about the main root of the website. But when you are talking about routes, then you are talking about all these single things. Let's talk about users, or let's talk about like all the topics that exist in the website, or let's talk about bringing some database from different place. So these are routes. These are things that just makes it easier for us, and therefore it is just really easy to understand it when you see it from the other end, when you see it from the end of the user, not the end of the programmer himself. So yeah, that's what I wanted to add.
yeah, that's actually, yeah, that's a good point. So you think about it from the opposite side and how would you expect it as a user. Yeah, okay. And then maybe you can also share the link with the channel so also people can benefit from that, because that's also, yeah, a good thing
Absolutely.
to learn from each other and what kind of resources are you using, because that's also one way to learn things.
very nice.
Yeah. So then do you remember what is the query params? Yes. So, but what's the difference between query params and params? Yeah, there was one with a question mark, and there was one when you specify slash and then something. Which is which? With the kind of route thing. Is a variable in the route. Yeah. Do you all agree with her? If I don't hear anything, this means that you disagree or agree or have no strong opinion or no? Okay. Cool.
Params is built in our object and our array, but the query is open.
But you can also specify, you can map a query to a field, right? Because if I want to, what objects, when you say all of them are objects, what do you mean by object in this thing? It's fine to ask, yes, what do you think about it? Yeah.
So the body of the request is an object, and they are assigned values.
Yeah, yes. Usually in this case, like the browser assigns the value to the object, but they are JavaScript objects that you can access. Yeah, that's also a thing. Yeah. So Marwan, what you were saying? Okay, so okay. Cool. So that is it, I think, because we haven't gotten time to do middleware. But actually, let me maybe talk about the RESTful API and what it means, and then maybe we can go to the middleware and do more practical things. So yes, so we are going to learn about something that's called RESTful API. And that's something you are also going to see in the job applications when people like ask for developers, like you need to know what RESTful API means. And RESTful is kind of, you see, it's like REST is a capital because each letter represents something. So it's like REST, representational state, transfer, stateful kind of protocol. So it's an interface that two computer systems use to exchange information securely over the internet. Most business applications have to communicate with other third-party applications to perform various tasks. That's boring, right? So what that basically means is a contract between the client and the server. So right now, when you use get, you use get to get information, right? That's kind of an agreement. That's a contract you do. But can you use Git to insert data to the database? Well, you decide what happens in the back end, right? So you can do it, but does this mean that you have respected the contract? No, because you're supposed to kind of use Get to get data, Post to send data. Can you use Post to get data? You can, but should you? No. So that's the thing. So like it's all about these kind of things like, okay, what kind of contract you have between the server and the client and what kind of things you should respect in the representational state, because let's like representational state of an interface, it's more, let's think about a user. You have an application that is managing users, right? So if you are, what kind of state changes can you do to a user? Because RESTful is kind of state management of that. So what kind of things can you do to a user? In a database, what can you do? What operations? Yeah, what operations? So you can sort, you can kind of read, filter, you can also kind of, like what is the basic 4 operations we talked about last week? You can get, create, an update. Yes, you can do the CRUD operations. Those kind of management of the state, because when you update the user, you change the state of the user. When you delete a user, you kind of delete the state of the user. And when you list, you get the current state of the user, or when you get, right? So all of these things are kind of state representation of that. So it's basically not a completely new concept. It's what you have been learning in the last couple of weeks. This is just another name for it. So you can also get familiar about it when you see it on the internet. And what we have learned so far in the last 2 classes was mostly about get, right? But we haven't learned about post, about put, about delete, which we are going to learn more about today. But then with these 4 things, you are going to do what we call is a RESTful API or a CRUD operation or CRUD API. Create, read, update, delete. Right? Any questions so far? No? So then let's start to do, let's actually go back to the week 2 before doing a demo. Because we stopped at this one last week, if you remember, right? And then we skipped this because we ran out of time. So let me just grab a chair and then let's try to do it together. So middleware. So let me actually try with showing you an example and then see how can we make it better, because I think that's maybe a bit more useful. So here in the application, so we have multiple endpoints, right? So from last time, let me know if I need to zoom more. Is this big enough? I can zoom one more. One more. Is this good enough? So from last class, so we learned that we are doing a very basic web application. Like, so we start with the Express application. We are using users. And then the definition of users is in the user's router. And then we're listening on port. Which port I'm listening on? 3000. And then in users here, it's for this one. So I have 2 get methods. Right? That's very basic. Or that's what we learned so far. So, and those kind of APIs, if I go to Nodeman and then start server, or that's actually not the folder, so where am I? If we go to exercises, and then I go to Nodeman and then start the server. Where's my Postman? So if I click on get for localhost 3000, what will I get? What did I get here? Does it make sense? Does it make sense that I get cannot get? So what did I tell my application to handle? Yeah. So what did I tell my application to handle? Slash users. Did I tell it what to do when I call slash? No. So then what does it return to me here? Nothing. Does it make sense? Why? Yes, the one saying no. Why no? So you get, I cannot get it. I cannot do anything with it. I'm asking if what I'm getting as a response makes sense. Or can you reason why you are not getting anything? Yeah, yeah, I'm asking for the main page, but I don't have anything in my application that handles it. Is that true? So if I do in the other way, if I do app.get slash, and then I get request, response, and then I do something like this, rest.send something. So what will I get this time? Something. And why is that? Yes, because now my application knows what to do when I call the main page. If I delete this one and call it again, then I get cannot or cannot get. And it's actually the error code that is returned here is 404. Okay, so let's say that we have now, this is an endpoint for users. Let's try to define another thing. Use and admin. So we have admin operations, like very advanced operations that only admins can do. So, and then let's try to declare a admin router. So admin.js. It's broken because there's nothing that is cool. Can you help me to define this? So now I'm going to create a file that's called admin.js. So how can I create the router? Import express from express.
After this, define router
Host router
Mm-hmm.
equals
from express
express dot
router.
router.
Is that right?
Parentheses.
Yes, no,
Parentheses.
parentheses, because it's a function, yes. And then what will I return? How can I return?
Equals the host
Yeah,
router.
yeah. Okay, that's good enough. It's at least not breaking anymore. So how can I handle it to handle the main page of admin? Get, yeah. Then request, response. No, that's. Then what should I do? Then let's say rest.json message super secret page. That's a very secret page, okay? So if I go here and do this, what will I get? It's, yeah, with the message, that's super secret page. But let's assume, but now this page is available for everyone. Is this probably what I want? So what can I do to only allow it to admins?
Check admin.
Yeah, so how can I do it? Let's say that there is only one user that is an admin.
The parameter.
Yeah, we can use params or something else. So one thing is the params. So we can do, yes, user ID, and then we can call it one. Then it's, yeah, actually this is a nicer way in Postman. So you can do inside params and then do query params here. So then when you write them in an easy way, then they are added to the URL. So let's assume that user ID is one. It's a good start, but we can also do it user ID in this way. It's a good start, but that is not a trustworthy way because you can say whatever you want, right? You are telling me here that you're user one, but you can say whatever, and nobody's checking it. But let's start with that. So if I go to user ID, this is a query params. So how can I read it?
Cons.
Yeah,
Param.
user ID.
Request. Param.
No,
No,
Query.
Wait.
I don't know. Let's try to figure out. You just tell me. I'm writing what I'm hearing, so just tell me what to do.
Don't use the ID.
User ID. Let's actually brand that to make sure we are getting the value. So if I do user ID, so do you see it's a query, or is it, or can it be this one? Which one?
The first one.
Are you sure? You're never sure, right? So like, what can we do if we are not sure? Just print it, also search, or just print the value? Because now this one, let's also do it this way. So which one do you think will have the value of this?
Query.
The query or the params?
I think.
So the one that thinks is query, raise your hand. 6 people, 7 people. And then the one that thinks is params, raise your hand. 1, 7 versus 1. So let's see. If I click send, then I can see. Okay, so 7 people, 1, because query.user ID returned 1. The second one returned undefined. Undefined means that there is no value. So we know by logging that it's the query.
Can we use the star
Where
in the roots?
replacing the slash with star. Yes, that's something. Yes, I thought about mentioning it. I don't know if it's totally confusing to people. Let's talk about it later because I think it will confuse some people. Just remember, so if I forget about it, just let me know. So slash, so now I have the user ID, and I'm sure that it has value. So one thing I can do is if user ID is 1, then that's, and again, we are using 3 equals. And then, so is this right? This user ID is a string. I want it to be an integer. How can I do that? Plus or parse or number. Yeah, there are so many ways. I will go for the easy way and just add plus. So if the user ID is not 1, then we will just return a message that you're not allowed to access this page. We only assume that the user ID 1 is the admin. So this way, so we will do response dot. We want to send a bad status code that you are not authorized. If we don't remember, we can always go to this page. You remember I shared that last time. So I see some people that are trying to write. Can you focus on what you're writing, and then we can go back later? So is it a client or a server error in this case? Why it's not server? The server is not broken. Yes. Yeah, so the client gave me a wrong input. So then this is the problem from the client. Right. So then let's see which code I should do. 400, 401. I can also try to zoom a bit. Is it 400? Is it 401? Is it 402? Which one do you think makes more sense? 401, unauthorized, because you're trying to access a page that you're not allowed to access. So which code? 401. And then I can send a message that, let's say that I'm sending a JSON that's called message. We can tell them something like, you are not allowed to access this page. Are we good so far? So one thing we need to return, so it's a yes. Then we don't access the other part. So now if I'm a user 1, then I get the super secret page. If I'm user 10, what would happen? You are not allowed to access this page. So one thing is like I don't like about this one that I want to change before we move forward is like now we are passing the user ID as a query parameter. So that's not a good thing because everyone can see my user ID, and that is supposed to be kind of a private thing. So one way to pass it is instead of using the query params, we can use something called headers. You remember when we sniffed a request before and saw like, okay, what is the user agent? What kind of request? What kind of expiry session? So headers are kind of a bit of they are not totally hidden, but more hidden things that we can pass. So we can do user ID and then 1. So then you don't see it in the URL here. It's not the most secure thing. More secure things is like token and more advanced things that we can learn later. But let's say that this is advanced enough for what we need. So now headers, they are a new thing, but what part of the request they are? Are they part of the request or the response to begin with? So how can I access them? Let's just try to guess together. If they are part of the request, request, then dot headers. Oh, there's something called headers. That's good. So let's try that. What is inside? Dots. There are so many things. It's an object, right? I would say it's an object. So let's try to access user ID. We are not even sure if it's there, right? If I'm not sure if it's there, what can I do? I can log, right? Just to see what is in there. Is this confusing? If I don't know there is a value, what is the easiest way for me to know about it? Just to log it, to print it, yes. So let's try to print this. So console.log, this one. Then let me try to call it again. And then what do I get? I get so many things. So what do I get in the headers? User ID, user agent. Did I pass the other things? Those are coming from the browser or whatever client I'm using. So my host is localhost. The user agent is Postman. And then the user ID is 1. So then if I want to access this, what can I do? User ID. I don't know if I can do this, but probably. Yeah, we can also do it. There are 2 ways to access objects, right? This way or dot. So let's try to print and see if we are getting it. It's there. So that's better. Then it's the same thing. We need to do it this way. So now if the user is 10, what will I get? You're not allowed to access the page. And we're not printing it anymore because we know 1, I get access to the page. But then this is not what I really wanted to demonstrate. Let's try to have another endpoint that is called update or update users, yes. And it's again, updated all users. This is another secret page that I want to have. And it's the same thing, right? So if I go to admin/update users, and I send here, I have access, I updated all users. If I pass 2, then I have not access to it. But as you can see, do you see any problem or anything that we can make better in this code? I have repeated the same exact code 2 times. So if I decided to change the logic, for example, read it from somewhere else, let's say request, then I need to remember to update it here as well, right? Is this a problem or is that okay? It's not a good thing because then I need to repeat the code multiple times. So what can I do to write the code 1 time and use it? Function. Create a function for that. That's yes. So how can I do this? Let's see if actually there is a. Let's see if it can help me. Yes. So I can actually extract the code into function. No. Okay. So maybe it's not good enough. So okay. So let's try to declare the function ourselves. So what would be called the function name? Is authorized. Is the user authorized, right? So const. Can you help me to write the function? Is authorized equal to function. What should I give the function as an input? So let's say that we want to copy all of this. So let me just cut it. And then let's see. True or then it's authorized. It tries to read the request. So what should I pass as an input? Or just pass the whole request? Yeah, so then I don't have to repeat that as well multiple times. So then request, and then response. So then if the user is authorized, then what would happen? No, nothing would really happen here. So like, let's say if, let's actually think about it a bit. So what I'm trying to do here. Hmm. Yes. If it's yes, exactly. Yes, exactly. So let's try to do this. So you're getting the request. So then if the user is not one, what is the case in this? False. So the user is not authorized. If the user is allowed to do it, then what should I return here? True. Does this function make sense? What about everyone else? Does it make sense? Yes. So then in this case, if it's like this way, if is authorized, request, let's say if it's not authorized, then I can return something. Let's copy this one. And it's the same here, right? So then I reduced my code a bit. This should work. This is a bit better. So if I go here, let's try to make sure it works. So if I send 2, I'm getting an error. Something broke here. What did I do? Let's try 2. So that's actually a good example here. So like now I'm getting a lot of errors. So how can I debug that? How can I figure out what is wrong? Sorry? Yes. So should I look at these things or should I look at this message? The first line, the message that is described. So what does it say? Cannot read properties of undefined reading user ID. Do you know what properties of undefined means? No. Properties of undefined means that I'm trying to access property from an object and the object is wrong or it's empty. And actually, looking here at this line, I can also see that this error is coming from which file, from which function. Look at this line. Is authorized. It's even mentioning the line number. So actually this thing, it tells me that the error is coming from admin.js, line number 6, letter number 28. So it's actually very detailed. So in this case, it is line number 6. So this one, right? Then column 28. But probably if I'm line 6, then I can see what is wrong. So it told me. And in this case, can you see what is wrong already? Request dot, that is wrong, right? It should be request dot headers. But at least I was able to understand what is wrong from the error. And JavaScript or NodeJS tried to help me with the wrong things. So now we fixed it. The server is restarted. Let's try again. No errors. So that's better. Now if I pass 1, then I get that I'm allowed to do it. So by extracting this logic into a function, it's better. Though I still had to repeat myself 2 times. So inside each function, I had to check and then return the error message if it's not authorized. So I had kind of to pollute my function with more things, my handler with more things. Can we make it even better? Request? This one? Yeah, it can. Hmm. With the error, we can try that. That's a good point. Then let's comment this one. Or actually, let's make a new copy. So make sure that this is my old one. It's commented out. Let's do it this way. Let's copy this one here. Is that what you mean? And then if it's true, then we just have to continue. But there is one thing a bit hard to understand here. We are returning two types. Because if it's false, then I'm returning an HTTP response. And if it's true, I'm returning Boolean. That's maybe confusing because you would expect to return true or false HTTP response for the two cases. So that's maybe a bit hard to understand, right?
Also, why don't you use else statement?
Where?
If user ID is not equal 1, then you close the bracket, but you don't use else to return true.
So this way or?
Like on line 17,
Yeah.
why don't you use else?
This one is actually the same as else.
Oh, okay.
This is exactly the same.
Okay.
Because, you know why? Because if I do this one, I return. If I don't match this one, then I am going down anyway. So this is kind of the else, but it's a bit implicit.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. But okay, I like the idea. It's kind of where we are going, but it's not exactly the same. So now, to simplify things. So now do we all understand the problem here? I just want to make sure that before we go into the solution. Can someone again explain to me, someone from this side, what the problem is? So it is that we have to repeat the code multiple times. We have to repeat the logic multiple times. Do you agree with that? So what can we do? So okay, so now we can introduce the new concept that we call middleware. So what middleware is basically, so the request is kind of goes into the cycle, right? So let's say that the browser goes to the server, goes to my API or backend, which then routes me to my handler, which could be like / update users or whatever. That's kind of the cycle, right? The browser send the request to the server routes it to my API, and then it goes to the handler. And the handler is like something like this or something else. Right? So what if before going to the handler, I add something that is called before everything else that we call middleware? So before going to my request, my handler, I have something else that is using that. So sometimes I find maybe, I would say like it's maybe hard to understand, but let's try to do it together. So if I do router.use, that's the format the same for the middleware. And then let's imagine that it's a normal HTTP handler like this one. So what kind of parameters I get? Request, response. Here there is a third thing, next. Okay, so someone knows about it. So let's go here. So now this kind of middleware, so this part will be called before I call this one and before I call this one, always. So if everything is fine, then I can call next. So we move to the next step. If everything is not fine, then I do response and I send whatever I want. So actually, if we were to rethink, let's try to copy this one. So now, if the user of the request is not authorized or the user is not authorized, what can we do? We are going to return the response. If everything is fine, what should we do? Next, just go to the next step. So let's do this. So now if I remove it here, let's try to go to the main page. This is the main page, right? Slash. If I go to 1, I'm getting another error. Oh my God. Again, let's try to understand what's wrong here. Oh, yes. Okay, yes. Someone is awake. It's not me. Yes, so let's start again. Okay, so now because I'm user 1, I got access to the page. So let's try user 11. Then you're not allowed. So this means that this middleware, it's being handled before I go here. And if I also delete it here, I can still, so if I don't pass the user ID at all, then I'm not allowed. If I go to update, what was called update users, save, then it's also the same. And then if I do 1, then I'm allowed. So just to recap, so when the requests go from the browser to the server to my backend, it used to go directly to the handler. What I'm adding here is a middleware that will be called before everything else. And it runs in this order. So we can introduce multiple middlewares. So we can go here and do this route.use request response. Then we can do hi, I am here. Next. So this one I will be calling before each request. So if I go here and I call update users, then I get a response. And what do I have? I'm here. Let's try to remove this and make just slash and call it again. What did I get? Hi, I'm here. Because it's a middleware, like it's in the middle between the request and the handler. But however, if I go to slash users, or is it slash users? This one. It doesn't have a middleware. Users doesn't have a middleware or anything, right? So if I call send, do I get hi, I'm here? I don't. Because I have registered the middleware to only run in the admin and only in the admin handler. I can have a middleware that runs everywhere. I can also have it here, this way. We can call it I am the middleware. Oh, yeah, here is called app. So if I fetch this one, if I call users, then it is I am the middleware because it's registered in my main application. If I go to admin, then I get I am the middleware because that's the first one we had. But then when we go to admin, we have this one as well. So then we printed 2 things. I'm the middleware and hi, I am here. Does it make sense?
Instead of router in line 22,
Line 22.
app, so it would be undefined.
But do we have an app here? This is the admin. You can use, we are using app here, right? Because we don't have a router. We use what we have.
Can you explain middleware again?
So when you send a request from the server to from the client to the server, your browser is the client. So how it works is, let's imagine that there is no middleware. Let's look here. So you are calling slash users. So what would happen? So your application will go here and see, how should I handle slash users? So which one matches here? Which line? Just point me at the line that matches users. Line 15. Then I go inside users. And then I find if I'm calling the main page of users, which one would I hit? Which line? 21. The same thing for admin. If I want to call slash admin slash update users. So which one I'm going to hit of those? Which line? 17. and which subhandler I'm going to hit. Which line I'm going to hit. Is it like line 28 or line 32? 32. So it will start to say, if I'm calling update users, is update user equal to slash? It's kind of procedure, steps. Is it equal to slash? No, then go to the next one. Is it equal to update users? Yes, then go inside. And that's how it works. So what I'm trying to do instead, before going directly to this endpoint, you would go and introduce a middleware. So what would happen is if we are hitting now admin/update users. So which line are we going to again? 17. But before we go and do the check, is it this line or is it this line? We will always call this one first.
Right on the top, the middleware.
Where? So it's
You can write in this or on the bottom.
it's procedural. So the thing is, so let's do this. Actually, it's a very good question. So if I do it this way, so now if I go and call admin/, so now which one I'm getting? Let's also delete this one because maybe it will confuse you. Now I'm starting a new server. So now this middleware should only be printed when I call anything after it. So if I call now slash, so now nothing is printed here. But what is after this one? Update users. I don't want the dictionary. Let's do this, and let's go here. Now, what did I get? So it's kind of procedural, like so anything you declare it on top, and then everything under it uses it. Does it make sense?
Say that it would be easier to use X instead of just.
Yeah, but next is only accessible for middleware. You cannot have next here. You cannot have a next in a normal handler. It's only for middleware because you get request, response, and next. What actually would happen if I don't do next? If I don't do this, it will be stuck because it doesn't know what to do. So let's actually try it. So next, it's not responding. It's
What I that so instead of, for example, using next, so we have a condition. So we say that if something, yes or not.
But isn't this what we do here? For example, this is another middleware. So if you are not authorized, then return you're not allowed to access. But if you are authorized, then go to the next.
We can have, I mean, we can, for example, have, so because when we say next, the next is 22, line 22.
Yeah, exactly.
So we can put
Exactly.
line 22 there.
Yeah.
Of next,
Well, you can do this, right?
or for example, router.get, so from 22 to 24, for example. So to do that,
I don't get it. Can you?
if it's authorized,
Mm.
okay, so we get some.
Yeah, so you're saying, let me try to copy what you're saying exactly. So let's say this thing.
Yeah,
It's now not.
the same thing
Yeah.
that you have written.
Okay.
If not, so we would get a response like an
Error.
error.
Yeah.
And if yes, so we should have the other one, the router.get.
But that's what happens.
Sorry.
That's what happens. That's what next means.
So I mean, so we delete next and we
Let's delete it. So what should we do
and we
instead?
put from line 22 to 24.
This one?
Yeah, there
Inside.
in line 19.
This way?
Yeah.
It's another way to write it, I would say. But then you are very making them all together in one place.
Again, if we want to authorize for another function.
Yes. So yes, if I'm following what you say, Kathy, then let's say, then I will have to do something like this here again.
Yeah.
Then I will need to copy this one
Yeah. and
inside
else-
it here.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then it's going to be like very hard to follow. While this structure, if you are making things separate, then it's easier to follow.
Just for being easier to follow.
Yeah.
Nothing else.
Cleaner, because we can write code that nobody else can understand. We can write a code that because there are two things when you write code that you need to make it sure it works. Maybe what you're suggesting it works, but then will it be easy for everyone else to understand? Because you also need to consider when writing code readability. Because I could also do in my code here, I'm not saying what you're saying is not readable, but I'm just saying in general what you should do as when you're writing code. Because I can also do const. Actually, instead of request and response, we all know what request and response is. I can also do X and Y. But will anyone else get what X and Y means? It's very hard to follow. So it's all about like, okay, how can I make it easier for everyone else to also understand what I'm doing and make it simpler to understand? Because you can go for more advanced things, and usually that's kind of tendency when you're learning how to code from the start, like, oh, this looks so advanced and so cool. But then the more and more you get experience, you say, okay, this advanced things is really hard to maintain. I just want to write the basic things again. And it's the same, actually, the thing I have at work, where I get like someone who's like, yes, very junior, very new, like they want to do a lot of advanced things. While I have a bit more experience, I was like, no, we need to do the very basic, very simple or stupid thing, because that's what everyone else understands. I don't want the advanced things because it's going to break and nobody will understand how it works. So I think that's like everything else in life. It's not about what you are saying exactly, but it's how we should think about writing code. We should just make sure it's simple and easy. Yeah.
Like that, maybe there is another logic behind that.
Yeah.
So instead of just if and else, maybe.
Yeah, but that's also why the design of this middleware is like you have next, because they could have also canceled next, and then you can do the nested code here. But then you cannot also, because this one, I can extract it and make it a function in another file and make multiple users use it. But if you put everything inside here, then you cannot extract it and give it to people to use it, right? Because it's very restricted to your application. Do you get that? No? Yeah, okay.
So I was just thinking about this. So for example, defining some function. So we just call the functions, else function, else function,
Yeah.
else function.
But then if you want to process it, then it's going to be like this, right? So if else, then if let's say this one, then let's say that you want to introduce a middleware. So then if something, then return X, then else return Y. So you can already see that I have too many nesting levels. So if I want to process it in my brain, I need to go is authorized. I remember that. It's not authorized. Then I need to go here. Then I need to remember is something and authorized. And then make sure that it's multiple steps. And that makes my brain hurt. So that's kind of the...
Function. So we put some function, called function.
Yeah.
For example, we have different functions.
Yeah, you can do that.
Just,
Yeah, you can call the function, but that's, yeah. You can also, but it's authorized is a function that we're calling. So we can also do it with everything. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, no problem. Yeah. It's also good to ask these kind of questions because then we can discuss it together, because that's why we are here, right? That's good. So is it clear so far? So there was actually an exercise for this thing, but to do the exact same thing, but then I will ask you to do it as a homework. I will share it in the group. You remember to do it because we need to focus on what we have today. It's already an hour, and we have more things to cover. So I just wanted to make sure we have covered that. Good. Okay. So we go back. We switch our brain again to the RESTful API. So we have learned how to do get, but we haven't really learned how to do post and put and delete, right? So let's try to do that. I'm going to do a new application. So let's see, make directory, RESTful API, NodeJS. No, that is NodeJS, remove. Then RESTful API, Node.js. Do you remember how can I start my new Node.js application? Sorry? npm init --y if everything is good.
Maybe I can ask a question about just taking a small break of an exercise that is related to next and middleware. So we can just rest with that information before moving on. Another like new kind of information.
I think it's just because we are very constrained on time today, because we have to cover so many other things. So that's why I'm saying we do it as homework, and then if you have questions, you can always ask online. We'll be happy to help. Yeah, okay. I would have preferred that, but just like we're very restricted on time, so yeah. So let's see here. Which one I have created now? First of all, API Node.js. So I've created my package.json. One thing I think like people can yeah, okay, let's start. So how can I install Express? Express. It's that simple, right? And then let's wait for it to install. Then one thing, if I want to write the import export nice thing, so what should I do? Type module. Remember, you need to type it at this main level, because I saw some people would add it here. Make sure you add it at the outer layer. It's not inside dependencies, it's not inside scripts, it's not inside anything, it's outside.
But what would happen if we do that? So if
It will not work.
it would be, or if
Yeah.
we do that too wide, for example, under dependency and also
Yeah, because
outside.
if you do it under dependencies, like what is everything under dependency? Everything under dependencies is a dependency. Is there a dependency in NPM called type? Maybe there is, I'm not sure, but it's not probably what you want. So, okay, so let's do this. This one is wrong, so let's move it here. Another thing, have I talked about scripts section before? No. So script section is also one of the interesting parts in Node.js. So it's a place where you can define scripts that you can run. So for example, when we were running our application, what we used to do, Nodeman server, or like let's say servers.js, right? You can define it here as a script. So what would it, you can name it whatever. So run. And then when you call run, what would happen? You would call Nodeman server.js. So in this case, if I do npm run, yeah, it's, yeah, npm run, or like some people call it dev. So let's make it in run dev. So then what will it do? It will start Nodeman for me. So then it's a way to kind of define commands and then use them. So let's start with my server.js. And then I want to declare it as a server. So what is the basic server we can do is, we all know this, express from express const app equal to express, and then the port 3000, and then get port, and then if it works, we do console.log backtick listening on port, this one, port. And then let's say app.get / request response.send hi. So now if I run my application, and let's go to the browser, localhost 3000 here, and that would not work. Did it work? It's 3000. No. Hmm.
3000 still occupied by the other one?
I'm not sure. It would have been failed if this was the case. But let's start with 3001, see if that would work. Don't know. 3 and 1. No. Okay. Oh, of course. Okay, I see what's wrong. Do you see?
You're not in the right directory?
No, line 11. Yes. But everyone makes these mistakes. Let's try to run it again. Okay, now I'm getting something. So it's high. Zoom in more. Yeah, that's. So now it's app.get. And then if I also send, so when we said that we want to build a RESTful API, what would we have? Create, read, update, delete. Update, yeah, yes. CRUD, let's do that. Another thing, let's build a small application to do something. What can you give me some ideas? Something very simple. So let's say we can do a blog post, we can do a to-do list, we can do something simple. You have any ideas for something simple we can build together now? List of what? Yeah, students list. Okay, yeah, we can do that. So let's say that this is an application. Let me just add a comment. Application to manage students or users. What was it? Students. Okay. So then let's try to make, if we want to make it nicer, so then the students handler should go to its own file, right? So how can we do that? Students.js. Then let's copy this. And then const router equal to express.router. Export default router. Import students router from students.js. And then let's do app.use students. Then what should I do? Okay. Oops, something is broken. That's another error. So let's try to. Yeah. So there is an error here. So how can you read this error? Let's try to read it together. So where should I start from? This one. So what does it say? Cannot find package students.js imported in this.
We have to write
Dot slash. Yes. Probably that's it. Yeah. That's probably it, right? If I restart, it's working now. So when I say students.js, it would probably consider it as a JavaScript NPM package. When I'm doing this, I say it's a file from where I am right now. So it's a relative file to my location. Yeah. So that could be. Now it works. So now, what are the three operations? Let's move the CRUD thing we talked about to here. And then before we do this, Marwan have talked about something earlier. So what if we replace slash with star? Yes. How do you know that? No? Ah, yes. So if I do this, then I will say cannot get, because that's the default from Express or from Node.js. But what if I do this? This means everything that doesn't match anything before. You remember how we thought about JavaScript or Node.js as procedural, like how you define middlewares, how you define the routes. Like the first you define, the first you do. So if I go to slash students, no, actually I want to do this thing first. So router.get slash request response press send students. So if I go to students, then what will I get? Students. Let me just zoom in. But what if I go to this? It will say hi. So it's not showing me the, I'm just trying to zoom. Yeah, it's not showing me before, because let me try to remove the other things. So if I remove this one and then save, I would get, cannot get. But if I add star, this means that anything I have not handled or I haven't told my application to handle, yes, then it tells me hi. So that is basically also what would happen if you go to a page that you don't know in a website, because you will not see this kind of a you will not see this kind of a weird error, right? You will not see this. You will see something like, let's do this. Rest.status 404 send, please use a valid page, or they have a nice picture or whatever, and then yeah, exactly. This page is not found. Well, you can handle it two ways, because you can handle it in your API. So if someone calls your API, because your customer could be someone who is using your API, it could be your front end. You probably should do it in both. But now you know how to do it in the back end. You will learn later how to do it in the front end. So now if I do this, this page is not found. That's a nicer error than cannot get. Cool. And thanks for the good point. Yeah. So now let's do the normal CRUD operation. So now we have get. And get, let's assume that we have a list of students. So const students equal to an array. So to get, we want to send or JSON the students. So this is read. So now we have the read. We have done this one. So should we do create? So which HTTP verb is this? Post. So it's going to be router dot post slash. Can I have slash post and slash get? Why it's yes? They are two different verbs. So, and then with post, how can I let the user pass me some data? So let's try to do this, like JSON, empty message, and then let's try to do console.log request. So what are the different ways that a user can send data? What have we learned so far? Like, how can I get the user from the client? Let's say what we have learned so far. You can do params. You can do first and last, like value. You can do query params. But imagine a user going to log in. So let's say that username, this is the login form. So let's say login, all right? Username is called Ahmed, and then password is 123. My password is written here. Is this a good idea? Is this what you see in the websites you use? No. You send it in a form, and then you press submit, and then it's sent, but it's not in the URL, because you don't want to share your password to the whole world, right? So in this case, if we use post, then we can see a section called body. We can decide the body type. There should be a JSON here, but not sure. Oh, yes, okay. So body, then instead of me doing it this way, then I can do request.body, and then I can send an object where my username is. So where do you? Yeah, whatever. Yes. And password, let's say it's 123. So now, as you see, we're only the one who can read it, only the server. So if you share this URL with your friends, will they know your password? They will not. So if I go and send it, so what will I get? What should I get? What is the route we're talking about here? Let's say it's /students/login. We don't have it, but let's have it for now. Let's just define it. Login. I'm going to remove it later, but let's say it's part of the request. And then if there is something called body here, how can I access it? That body. Yes, that's a really good guess. So how you do it, you go to the body section, you choose row, and then you need to choose JSON, because that's what we're sending. And then click send. I got an empty response back because that's what I told it to do. However, the body is,
I have many students.
you can send an array of objects, right? You can do something like this, and then you can have multiple objects. But we will go to this later. But because when you list, you will need to list the students, so then you will send multiple. But so the interesting part here is, what did I get undefined? While I'm sure I send it. And that happens because Node.js doesn't really handle body by default. Yes, we need to use a middleware to handle that. Now that we know to do middleware, let's say I don't know how to do it. So let's try to read Express documentation. So in Express, there's like here a page that describes what I should do. So they have a middleware that's called express.json. Let's read the description of it. Can someone read this line loudly? You can also do it all at the same time. I don't hear anything. No.
This middleware function in Express is parses incoming request with JSON payload.
Yeah, payload.
And it's based on body process.
Yes. So is this what we are looking for? It's probably. So now we know how to use middleware. So how can I use a middleware? Yes. So should I do it where, before or after? Why not after?
For users, you can use it to
Access, yes, because it's procedural, it's step by step. If I do it after, then I cannot use it. So how can I do this? Use express.json. I can probably also do it here. Right, then it could be router dot. But then why would I do it in the server?
create other routes we can access it.
Yes, we don't have to repeat. Yes, that's a good point. So then we define it in the application, so then the whole application can use it. So now we use this thing. Let's see if now things looks better. So let's try again. Oh, it's much better. So now if I want to log in, so I have a body. So now if I want to get the student name, let's define a variable called student name. How can I access that? Dot student name. Let's try to print that. So if I send a request again, so I have the student name. So that's the login, but I just wanted to demonstrate this login as one thing, but we can probably use the same concept in other things. So now a post is to save a student. So let's say that each student, we have a default student that's called, has an ID of 0, name student 0, and then has a, what other properties can we have? Address, telephone number, phone number. And then let's say it's 1, 2, 3. That's good enough. Yes. So now if I call get, then I will get the list of the students. That's fine. If I call post, then I want to save it. So again, how can I save a student? Or how can I read the input body? Yes. So let's say we are not doing anything. So what should we save? What should we send? ID, it's a number. So let's start with. So from the database, the ID should be set by the database, which we will learn a bit later. But let's say we're starting with a normal array. Then the name, which is some name. And then phone number. This way. We started here 1, 2, 3. So let's do 4, 5, 6. That's good enough. Then if I press send, another error. Yeah. Do you know why? Do you know why? Is this the right one? What should it be? Yeah. I got an empty, but what did I get in the body? All the right information. Or at least I hope. So how can I add it to the array? So students dot push requested by. And then let's say we send back in the response all students. So let me try to save this. Go back to get. So if I do get, what will I hit? Which one I hit? The first one. So I will get. By the way, if this body will only be sent when it's post or bot or other things, so it's not being sent. So now I get only that I have one student. So if I do post, and then I save this user, how many users do I have now? 2. So if I do get, how many do I get? 2. Yeah, because it's an array. But again, if I close the server and start it again, then we will have only 1, because it's kind of in memory. If it's a database, then it would keep it, but this is not a database. We will learn how to do the database later, but this is similar to start with. And then we can replace this with the real SQL query later in the lesson.
When we expect that we have the same student
You can do all kind of fancy things, but
database or info.
you will need to do it here. You will need to validate. You have a SQL query that you need to check if the student exists before you do anything.
That's what is correct.
Let's forget about the password now because it's another thing. I just wanted to demonstrate, but then you probably would want to query the user if the user exists and the database hash the password, because you're not supposed to store passwords in text, because if someone leaks that, it's more things, but yeah. Yeah.
You added 0, 1, and
No, I had 1, but I closed my server and I started again. So I lost it because it's an array in my application.
I have a question. How can it understand that it is auto-increment, for example, when you push it?
It doesn't. And that's why I wrote 1 here.
Because I can remember when you
In a real database, you are not supposed to send the ID. The ID is defined by the database because that's an auto-incremental, right?
Yeah.
So if you have user 1 now, if you add a new user, it's going to be 2. If you add another one, it's going to be 3. But just because we are learning, so we are doing it ourselves.
So you did yourself. That was not like that you send. You
I
did 1, 2, 3, 4.
I'll show you. Okay, so the server is running. And then if I do get, I have only 1 student. If I do post, then I save a student. Oh, what's that? Oh, it's 1.
Yeah.
If I add 1 more, I have 2 students with ID 1, because I'm not doing any validation. I'm just accepting everything. Yeah, yes, later in the lesson, we will be using database, and then it's going to be better, but not now. Yeah, cool. So now we have post. What is the third one? So now this is read, and this is CRUD. Which one? Which create, read, update? This, which one is this? No, post is create. So what are we missing? So let's do update. Update will be very similar to. So instead of get or post? Post, because it's exactly kind of the same. Let's see that requested body. No, update. We need to make sure that the user exists, then update the information. Because it's an update. So how can we do this in JavaScript? So now the requested body has 3 fields, right? ID, name, phone number. What is the unique identifier for a user usually? The ID. So let's try to do some nice JavaScript work. So how can I get the user ID? So request.body. Now you can do it either way. Now we have learned, we are doing post, so we can just read it from the request of the user. Otherwise, I can do it also this way, right? You can do ID, then 1. But then you will be sending it 2 times. Yes, but we want to update an existing one. Yes, that's one way. So what you're saying is doing something like this. ID, and then we can do request.params.id. This is one way. The other way is to do it this way. Both are valid, but I think the more restful way is this one. But whatever works for you, I think it's fine either way. But the logic is going to be the same. So let's do it this way. So the user has an ID. And then how can I find it in the list? Students dot filter or find? Find. Yes. So user dot equal to. So user, let's say. So there are 2 cases. It's either I find the user or I don't find the user. If user doesn't exist, I would rather always remove all the cases first and then update. So if the user doesn't exist, what should I do? Yeah, which one? Let's check. Which one? There's so many codes. I guess we can go with, yeah, or bad request, right? It's, yeah, I think it's this way. I would say bad request, because the user is not trying to access, they are trying to update something, and then what they gave me is wrong. So I'll do 400. And then what should we return? JSON message. You try to update a user that does not exist.
Say 400 or 400?
Oh, 400, yes. Thank you for being awake. Yes. So then I have, I actually don't have to do else, because the else here is exactly the same as this one. So I can leave myself some space, don't do the nesting, because if I hit the F, then I return. Yeah, exactly. Then everything else, consider the else. Just don't think about it. Yeah. So in this case, if I find the user, what can I do? Update the user information. Yes, so let's try to do that. So one thing we can do is like user.name equal to request.body.name. And then user.phone number equal to request.body.phone number. And then let's do this return response. Which HTTP status code we should return? Is it which category we should pick?
200.
No, let's agree on the category first. Successful. Then which one? 200 is okay.
201.
No, it's not created. It's accepted. Yeah. This is actually one of the cases where two answers would be okay. 200 is fine, but also 202 is fine. So in this case, which one should we pick? 200. Okay, 200, and then response, or no, sorry, JSON, and then let's return everything. And what is everything here? Students. Should we try it out? Let's try this out. So now if I do get, what will I get? I have one student. Now if I want to update it, so how can I update this one student? I can provide the ID 0 because I want to update. Which verb I should use? Put, post, put. Which one? Put. Then the ID is 1. What I want to update here? Name. Let's say the name, and then let's keep the same phone number. So now the name should change from student 0 to some name. Let's try. So now what has happened? It returns something. Maybe I don't believe it. So what can other HTTP verb I can use to verify? Get me everything. Yes, it's updated. That's good? Yeah.
For example, imagine so we have defined it in our database that ID would and it would not get repeated, or if there happens something by chance in database that happens something, and we do not check that because we are sure that it will be increased automatically, and it is.
But the update operation doesn't increase the ID.
I mean, something would happen. For example, we know that. For example, we are working with database, and the ID is also incremented, that it is unique. Would happen something, or?
But what are you? What is the concern?
I mean, if we check that we know that we have unique ID, for example, but would it be okay that we check that again? So we should always be sure that they would never happen. So
let's actually try to imagine. So like the question, just to repeat. So do I need to, if I'm using a database, should I need to check first before updating that the user exists, or should I just do the update? So how do you do the update statement in SQL, if you remember? Anyone remembers how to update a table in MySQL? Update. Let's try to use Google for that. So update statement SQL. Yeah. Okay. So yes. So it's something like this, right? So update. Let's say students in this case, where student name equal to, or sorry, set, and then also phone number equal to something, where student ID is equal to 1. So in this case, if the student ID doesn't exist, what would happen to the SQL statement? It would fail. So if you're using a SQL, I would say you don't have to check if the user exists, because the statement will just fail. Because let's say you are updating a student with ID 1000, but there is no 1000 in the database. Are you going to update it? You cannot update something that doesn't exist. Mm.
change all the
Yes, in MySQL, if you forget, the same for delete. So you can also do delete from students. You need to do where, yeah, ID equal 1. If you do forget this, then you delete everything from students. And I've done it before at work. Oh my God. I never forget it. No, I had to write a SQL. This was my first job. And I deleted all customers' data. Never do that. That was not nice, but yeah.
you had made probably backup from the data.
Yes, yes. Yes, it's learning in production, learning in real life. But yeah, that's why I never forget this. But yeah. Let's see. Okay, but if you have a SQL, we will going to replace this with a SQL statement later. But if you have it, then you don't have to check the ID. Now we have read, update, create. What are we missing? Delete. So how can we do it? Let's copy this one and then do delete. So router dot delete. Then we can also do, I don't know if delete accepts body. I actually don't remember, but let's try. So let's assume that we will be sending a user ID. And then we need to check if the user exists. If the user doesn't exist, we return an error. But what should we do if the user exists? Delete. So can we have some, I don't know, delete? Is there something called delete? What should we do? Slice. But slice or splice, you can have splice also. But slice, it's if you know where the user is, right? Do we know where the user is?
In this case, we know.
No, the number 0, yeah, you know because you wrote the program, but in real life you don't know. So one thing we will do is, another idea would be filter. Yes, so we can do something like this, right? Filter for student where student ID is not equal to, no, it's called user ID. Am I mixing? So this way, we're removing it, right? Do you agree all? Well, if you're not sure, we can check it. So let's see. When we call get, we get everything. So we got the old value again because we restarted the server, so we lose everything. If I do delete, and then I specify ID 0. Let's try to do this. Oh no. So yes, I'm actually confusing everything. Yeah. Yes, exactly. I'm such a bad teacher. No, just joking. Yes, it's combining the things. So let's do this S. Yeah, I think it's better to do it this way. Students, that makes sense. What else can we do here? Yes, student ID. Student ID as yes. But actually, yes, so then we cannot do filter because students is a constant. What else can we do? Let's say we don't really know. Okay. There is a find. But what else do I have that I can use with splice or slice? Find index. That will give me the index of the item in the array. So in this case, it will give me the of the item that matches this. So then I need to replace this one with this one. And then twice. One with find and one with find index. Let's try to do it this way. Const student index. So now I will get the index. So probably, I don't know what is the default value. Yes, where predict is true and -1 otherwise. So if the student is not find, what will it return? -1. So here I can do if equal -1. Then I do this. Otherwise, what did you suggest, students? Dot. Was it splice or slice? What is the difference?
And then you say one.
From there. What about slice? We need to give the start and the end. Okay, let's try to use splice. We have the index. And how many items do we need to delete? 1. And then what will it return? It returns the item that was deleted. I don't care about that, so that's fine. Let's try again. Get first, get all students, then delete. It broke again. Yes. Cool. Let's try again. Get. I have 1. Delete. Oh, let's try to get again. It works. So this is get. Let's try to do post. Post. Then do 1 more. And then no, it's post again. So now I have a dynamic API, right? Because now I can do the CRUD. So now I added 2. I can try to update. What if I try to update item that doesn't exist? We handle this, or we don't? We don't. Yeah, we do handle it, just that's broken here. So let's try to do this. Oh, we handle it, because if the user doesn't exist, we return an error. And then we do post, we can save it, and we can delete. Sure, it works. So what is the highlight here of what we learned? One thing is we need to use express JSON to parse JSON, and request.body to access the body item or items. And then to do the body in Postman, you need to choose the right verb, post, body, row, and JSON. In the future, when you are learning React in the next couple of weeks, then you will not be using Postman. You will be sending this content using React. But it's the same idea, right? Here you are sending JSON from Postman. You will be sending JSON from React. It's the same kind of idea. And you will be getting a list of items here as JSON. You will be getting them as JSON, but then you will need to render them in HTML. So it's kind of the same idea, just different application. Okay, time for the first exercise. Let's try to go there. I've talked so much today, so it's good to do some practice. And then we probably will go for lunch break when Michi is back.
that's what happens.
All right. At least let's take 15 minutes break for lunch. Then we get back. 15, no, not 50. No. 1-5. And then get back. All right, we start in 4 minutes. All right, so 4 minutes is over. Let's get back. All right, so just a quick question before we go on. Like, how far are you with the exercise? Because I want to move on to the next section, but I don't want to move before I'm sure you are in a good state. So how far are you all? Working on post to update. Okay. And is there someone still starting the application or still installing, making the router? Is there someone who's still building the basic server, or are you all implementing the routers? Are you all implementing the? That's me. Are you all implementing these things here, or is someone still here where you are defining your start of the application? So how far are you? Yeah, you're doing the routers. Okay. So is there someone who didn't create the router yet? No. Okay. And did you all made the gets or at post, or which part are you at? Put. Okay. I'll give you. Well, what time is it? Okay, I'll give you 3 more minutes and then we move on to the next section. 5 minutes. Okay, 5 minutes. Best I can do. 5 minutes. Okay, so let's move on to the next one. We have less than 1 hour and we have 2 big things to learn. So let's try. So the next thing we are going to learn is environment variables. So environment variables are something you have maybe seen it in your homework. You had to do process.env.port or something like that, right? We had to do like process.env.port or 3000. And these kind of environment variables, like variables that are set outside of your program and often used through the cloud provider or through the internet. So it's a way to manage configuration, but like I like to describe it like what is the problem we are trying to solve by it. So let's go to the example here. The port here is 3000. So let's imagine you are selling your program to somewhere, and then maybe they are running multiple programs on the same server. So if you can you use the port 3000 3 times? You can only use it once. So what if you want to run it 3 times? No, what if you want to run them at the same time? 3 servers. Yeah, different. Yeah, but you need to change, like this is 3000, 3001, 3002, right? But in the way we are doing it right now, so this means that I need to update this, give it to the customer, change this code, copy it to the customer again, change it the 3rd time, and give it to the customer. And is this a good idea? No, because we have to copy the code multiple times, and we make changes to the code just because of the port. So
Support, so not other part of the code.
how can we change it?
Just define.
Yes, but if I want to change it 3 times, what can I do? So what if I want to run the same program in the same computer, but 3 times?
And yeah,
Yes,
what the
so now
problem
it's 3000.
is. Yeah.
What if I wanted to run it to my computer 3 times? 1 time, yes, I can only run it 1 time. And then after that, the port is used, so I will get an error. So if I do this, let's try to do this. So now I have my application,
Something that
and it's running on port 3000. Let's try to do it again. And then, so starting, do it again. So what will happen here? This is another terminal. Yeah, what is the error here? Can you read this one?
Yes, something that I cannot get. So I mean that this is the same program, that this is the same, and using this port, not other program and not other things. So why we get this?
Why this is a problem? Yes, but imagine that this program runs with a database, and each customer has a database as well. And each customer needs to run it on a different port. So let's say you want to run this on Google Cloud, and then they cannot accept port 3000. They have other port, like 4000. What you will have to do is you need to update your program from 3000 to 4000. But what if you have another customer that uses another port? Then you will need to change it again. Yes. Yeah, okay.
I get it.
Yeah, so yes. So Yusuf was saying something before, it's like, yes, make it dynamic. How can we make it dynamic?
Statement, so if it does not work, then
But then what if I want the user to decide on the actual port? So now you are saying it dynamic, but then you decide it yourself. So what you are saying is if port 3000 is occupied, then use port 3001. Is this what you're saying? But what if the user doesn't want to use 3000 at all? What all the 3000 ports are used in the machine? What if I want to use 4000?
yeah, okay, dynamic that the user can
Just choose.
choose it by forcing it, but using actual code.
Yes, but you have to start the server to listen to the user input. So it's kind of a circle dependency, right?
Yeah.
Or cyclic dependency. Like you cannot get the user input if you don't start the server, and you cannot start the server because you're waiting on the user input. So it's
There's something about the .env because we could define that it could be another port or
yes, yes.
so would that solve the problem?
That's what we are that's what I'm trying to yes. It's a long way to say this, but yes, yeah. So now what we can do is we make it configurable so the user can choose that. So how can we make it configurable? I don't know if one of your homeworks you have used something called .env. There was a tool and that is basically tool to allow you to specify which environment you run your application at. So now what you have seen before is, so we have, let's close the server. Let's just make it bigger. So if I do this, process.env.port, this is something you have seen before. So this process.env, that is kind of an environment configuration that the user inputs or brings to me. So, or actually maybe just lowercase. What you have seen before is something like this. Can you tell me what this means? Can someone explain to me what this or here means? Huh? Yes, if it doesn't exist. Yeah, exactly. That is basically it. But out of the box, what do I want to say? Yes, out of the box, NodeJS doesn't really support injecting this kind of configuration. So then we need to use something that's called .env. And how can we do that? Let's try to search for that thing. So .env, nvm, because everything is nvm. So if I go to .env, let's try to read it here. So can someone read this line? Can you all read it maybe loudly?
.env is a zero dependency module that loads environment variables from a .env file into process.env.
Yeah, okay. That basically is like I can define a file outside of my program and then read the value inside my program. So then that means that if I want to change the value, I don't have to make code changes. I just need to change this file and then everything is fine. So that file in the future, like processes on env, is something you can also change on the server. So if you host your application on GitHub or somewhere else, you can set these environment variables without having to update your code. So then you keep your code clean and you don't have to worry about it. Because as you see here, like you use whatever is provided, otherwise you fall back to 3000. So if you provide it like on Google Cloud or Amazon or in GitHub or in whatever, then you use the value. So then you don't have to worry about it or change it in your application. And in that way as well, we're going to use database in a bit. It's also the information about database, like username and password. You don't want to have const db password here. Do you want to have it like this? Especially if you have multiple customers, then customers can see each other passwords. That's also not good. So then you can inject it through this kind of environment variables, and then you change it from somewhere else, and then nobody will be able to see it. And then, for example, if we want to read the database password the same way, how can I do that? So let's call this db password. How would you do it? Can someone tell me? Process.env.db password. It's not defined right now, but we are going to define it later. But let's try to figure out how to use .env. So this is the page that tells me what to do. So how can I install it? Just do this. So let me copy it and put it here. Then I have it here, so that's good. Then how to use it. And then you need to have a .env file. You see there is a secrets and other things you would want to use. So let's go here and create a .env. Now it's .env. And then let's do this. But you can also do port and then 3000, or let's try to be different, 4000. And then do it here, port. Okay. And then
Something. So the last time, so we were using that meal sharing, or so we were supposed to use .env.
yes, not
So
update the thing in yourself.
Yeah, that already was installed because we didn't do it.
Yeah, because in the meal sharing app, yeah, I wanted to show you here. So in the meal sharing app, when you do it, you get .env. defined in the template, because you need to copy the template. It's already used, and also here in the backend, in the database, it's even imported. So and it also reads the information from the file. So you get .env example, that it's just an example that you need to copy and then remove .example. And then add your own information. Okay, let's go back here. So now we have installed .env. How to use it? I don't expect us all to know everything, right? And that's why we have the documentation. So the documentation here showed me how to install it. What is the next step? Use it. Let's try to read. So it asked me to create .env file. That one I created, right? What is the next step? And I jumped somewhere. This is the old way, considering that we are moving to the new way. Which one should I use? Import. So let me put it here. Here, yes. And then let me start my application again. So node without anything, server.js. So you see here, what is the port? It's 3000 if it doesn't exist. What is the port number here? So which one should we see? So it's 4000. What if I don't import it? Import here means just use it. So if I don't, because that's kind of the default. So now if I need to use it. So now use it, then it's 4,000. I didn't save the file. So it's 4,000. Now if I have another customer that want to use it, so then they can change this to be 5,000. Then run it again. Okay, 5,000 is used for something in my system, so 5,001. So then you don't have to know how your application works. You just need to update this value, and this value will just change your application. Yeah, because .env, that's not something you wrote or I wrote. That is something that comes from NPM, someone else wrote, and we use it. And when you do the import here this way, it will know what to read. It reads .env. And that's what they are telling you here. In the usage, it says, what does it say here? Let me zoom in. So what does it say? Yes, that is called .env. And that is what basically I'm trying to do here. You can see that I didn't access the other things.
How do you compete after that? Where it comes from?
This one,
Yeah.
it's also coming from them, because they wrote the .env. .env is here. It's an NPM package that I installed, right? So it's
I mean, compete.
yes, that is also part of the package name from NPM, because that is .env and .env/config. It's a sub package they have. It's so if you go here, A, B, C, D, yes, .env, and then they have config here. So that is just similar to how you define your own modules or your own things. Okay. Now we are good. So we know what this means. Like if I also want to read everything I have, I can also try to do process.env. That would print all environment variables I have on my machine. Let's try that. I have so many things. It's not all, of course, coming from this file, but also my computer itself has environment variables. But if we search for this one, S3 bucket, then it's here. Are we good so far? I always feel worried when I don't hear anything, so it's yeah. Cool. So now we know how to use the environment variables. Then moving on to
There was part of the one that we have to import those in by GitHub or by Git.
yes.
Not by Git. So what is the idea behind it? Is it that we are storing all the networks?
Exactly. Yeah, because like there are two ways to read environment variables, like from this .env. And of course, if I'm using my secret key that is used like by a lot of database secret key, of course you should not check it in GitHub, because then it becomes accessible for everyone. So this is one way. This is the .env file. But other thing is also called environment variables that you can set on when you host your application on cloud, on the internet. And also there, you don't get the file, but you get similar way to configure environment variables. And why we don't want you to check in .env, because assuming in the future you will have customers or you want to have anything, then we don't want anyone to do that. But that's why also in the meal sharing application, going here, so you can see that there is a file called .env.example. So that is an example. Like this will not be read by the application. So what we expect you to do is to copy this one, remove .example from the name, and then make your own changes. Yeah, and then if we check, you remember the get module, right? So we have a file called .getignore that we can tell Get to ignore files. And then if we go here and search for .env, it's mentioned here. Because this, we don't want to ever check that or track that. Yes. So you can have it in your own machine, but Get will not try to commit it or to add it to anything because it's ignored. Similar to also Node modules, because we don't want you to upload 5 GB of data that nobody is going to use. It's the same thing. It's here, Node modules. Yeah. Cool, no problem. Cool. So next exercise is just continue on the application you had, but instead of you doing the port 3000, you need to use environment.port. So you need to read about the .env that we talked about, then use it. I'm also telling you here, like you can use process.env.port. You install it using this command, and then this is the file that you need to create. And then I'll probably give you 5 minutes to do it. There is also All right, let's move on. Did you all manage to make it work? Nope. Yeah, we'll check it after. Yes. Yeah. But cool. So let's move on to the next thing. So now we have all the combination of things. Let's see what are, yes. So we have learned all the pieces today to make our website interactive or our backend interactive. So like we learned about the RESTful API and how to add and delete data. We also learned about environment variables, but all of this, we did it in memory, which means we all did it in, when you restart your application, then you lose your data. So the only piece we are missing here to make it kind of allow you to build your next application, your next Google or Facebook or Twitter is database interaction. So let's try to learn that. Yes. So we are going to learn more about Next.js. It's KNEX, it's probably called Next. It's a SQL query builder for JavaScript that allows you to do SQL queries from your Node.js application. It supports actually multiple databases. So it supports like MySQL, SQLite, Postgres, and multiple kind of databases. But our focus for this class will be mostly MySQL, because that's also what you learned in the database module, if I'm not mistaken. All right. Yes. So again, I have actually not prepared much for this one, just relying to read on the documentation and build something with you, because why not? So let's try. So now going to Next.js, it's the main website for that. What should I do to get started? Which button should I press? View guide. Then there's a lot of crap here. I don't have to read that. So what should I do to install it? So just copy this one because I'm lazy. Let's try to install it here. So this is Next.js itself, but that's without kind of the plugins to use it with databases. So we said, which database are we going to use? MySQL. I actually don't know which version. Let's see the meal sharing app. Which version are they using? MySQL 2. Okay. I trust you, so let's use that. Let's do that. Dash dash save or without save. By the way, while this thing is loading, I've also updated the mail sharing app. Yeah, a couple of days ago. So now it uses the modern JavaScript like import and other things. Sorry for doing it late. I actually didn't know about it, but then I was talking with Anastasia, and then she told me that it was on the old format, so I had to update it. But if you do new clones, you will be able to use it. But otherwise, you can look at what I changed here and just copy it to your own things. Cool. What is the other thing we want to do? So now we have it there. So let's try to configure it. So this is also configured. Actually, I'll just copy it also from the meal sharing app. So I need to copy these things here. Or I can also copy it from my old examples. So let me copy these things here. So it's databases that's just, it's the meal sharing app. So it's not something totally new. So what do we want to do here? Like, what do we define? So the database host, that's also the same thing as you would write when you go to here MySQL and add connection. You have tried this before. So then you would do 127.0.0.1. What is your database username? For me, it's user. The password for me is pass. Don't tell anyone, it's secret. My DB name is, yes, Happy Future Test. My port, like each database for you, I guess you know what databases you have. If you don't, then you also have the plugin here to go and look at the databases names. What is the port number for most of you is going to be, or all of you, 3306. Then I'm going to define the port, or let's call it 3000, and then the node environment development. Cool. Then let's have a file called database. Database.javascript. So import next. Yeah. So just to do this, let's copy it here. So what are we going to do here? That's also kind of a copy from the mail sharing app. So what starting with here? Importing next. Importing .config. We can do it here, or it's fine if you do it in your main application. If I do it here, then that's fine. If I don't want to import it in the main application, then I do it there. I can do it in both also, it's fine. Then I need to start next my database kind of connection to my node connection to the database. So what client do we want to use? Which plugin did we install? We installed the plugin here that is called, you see what I'm selecting here? MySQL 2, so I need to specify the same name. It's going to read the information from the environment variables, like DB host, port, username, password, and name. This kind of configuration pool, it's a bit advanced. You don't have to worry about it. Just use the default. And then as soon as it connects and it works, it will tell you that connection to the database is successful. And then, as usual, we export the next instance. This is something you can have and just reuse. You don't have to worry about that. But what I want to do is I want to make sure it works. So how can I start using it? I can just start by importing it. So import next, let's call it next, from, how can I import it? Yes, database.js. And then, yeah, let's see if that is enough. I'm not sure, but let's see. So npm run dev. Do you know where this dev is coming from? Yeah, where this is coming from, run dev. To JSON, it's defined here, and it's aliases for NodeMan. So let's start that. Okay, it's printing things. Let's just clean up the old things. Okay, so what does it say here? Connection is successful. Yes, so it managed to connect to the DB. So like, let's say I do a mistake. Instead of 3306, I do 3307. Let's try that. Let's try to refresh. So what will it say here? This is an error. Let's try to read the error together and understand what that means. So listening on ports, so I managed to start the node server. But then it says here like, oh, trigger, uncode, exception, blah, blah, blah. That sounds hard. What about this line here? Can you understand what it means? Can you at least read it? Connect, connect refused, something, something. So where is there anything familiar in this route or in this IB? Yeah, the number, which one is this one? 127001. It's coming from here. This one here, 3307, it's coming from the port. So when it says here like refused, what does that mean? Yes, it cannot connect to the database, basically. I think it just said it in a hard way or in a difficult to understand way. So that basically means I provided a wrong input or my database is not working, so it cannot connect to it. That could also be the case if you forget to start your Docker, because you run database in Docker, right? So if your Docker is closed on your machine, then you cannot connect to it. And then it's also, you'll get something similar. So yes, understanding these kind of errors is very good because you will see a lot of them. And as you're writing, I'm also making mistakes. It's fine. We should just be able to understand it and then fix it and move on. Yeah, in production, you should never use root, of course. It should be, yes. You should. Like root means that you have access to everything everywhere. So like root would have access to this table and this table and this table. Sorry, this databases. So now if I have a database for customer, and then if I give my customer root, this means that they can access the database of the other customers. So I should have a user for each customer and give them access only to their own database. Otherwise, it's going to be bad for everyone. Yeah, exactly. HYF test user, let's say. And then I can make permission. I don't know if you have learned a bit about permission in database, but probably not. But that's maybe a bit advanced. But then you can create a user and assign user permission to a specific table or a specific database. And in that case, you can limit their access so they will not be able to see everything. But because here I'm root, I'm kind of the admin of the admins of everything on my test database, it's fine. But OK. But root is fine for tests because you're learning. It's yeah. You also, your database name would be different based on what you, depending on what you have learned in there. But OK. How far are we? OK, I need to, let's try to make sure it works. So now the database works. And I have a table that is called Hack Future Test. I have also, that is a table called to-dos because I prepared at home to do a to-do list while we talked about students. So I can't use it anymore. I have to rename it to students. And you are all familiar with this, right? So each student gets an ID, name, and what was the last field? Phone number, right? Phone number. So this sounds sane. Nothing strange here. This is just normal SQL or SQL. So then what we insert is name and phone number. So let's go to user, or no, not user, student. 1, and then the phone number is 123. Someone said yes. That is good enough. Is this a valid SQL statement or SQL valid declaration? It looks like it. Let's see if it works. I'll try to run it, and then I try to refresh my table. I have now students table. That means it worked. And then if I go here and select the top 1,000, then I have the student that I just created. That is good. Yes. So now I have access to my database. Actually, maybe I don't want to use it here. I want to use it in the students here because that's where I'm going to use it. It makes sense, right? Because I'm going to change students for this information. So how to read something from the database? Let's try the SQL statement for this. Select star from students. That's it, right? If you want to read everything. So let's try to read this in the query here in the documentation. So they have a section called Query Builder. And then what did we start with here? So what should we find here? Select. Yeah, that's the one. So select, create a select query, taking optional array, blah, blah, blah. So let's try to use that. So now we imported next, which is the database. So what I should do is next dot select what fields I want to select. So probably start with ID, name, and phone number. So this one would return a promise. Oh, and then you need to specify from which table? From students. So this actually would return a promise. So then let's see result equal to await. But then that needs to be async. And then let's see, call them students, because why not? And then we slowly replace this by this. And you know, actually, it didn't complain about it because I have const students here while I have const students out there. You know why it didn't complain? Yes, but it's the same variable name and it's constant. Yes, so that's the scope of the variable. That's actually what we call shadowing, because I cancel this one and I'm declaring a new one with the same name. It's usually not recommended, but yeah, we are going to delete the one here once we are done with our database changes. So let's see if this would work. I actually don't know. So let's go back to the terminal. It's running, so let's go to Postman. So which endpoint I'm supposed to get here? Get. Oh, it actually worked. Yay, that's good. So that is the first thing, it's done. So like, let's move on. What is the second statement? Post. What does that mean? Do? Create. Yes. Can you tell me the SQL statement for that? Insert into students. Then you specify the fields, which are. Do you want to insert the ID or do you want to make the database make the ID? Make it the ID. So what do I want to insert? Name. Before, in the beginning of the class, we added the ID ourselves because that was not a database. But now we are using a real database. So what should we use? Name and phone number. Then values. And then you specify the values that you want to insert. Is that right? Let's then, so what does this call? What we call this? Insert. So let's search for insert. Oh, there's something called insert. Let's use that. So it's actually, there's two ways to use this thing. So you could also do from students, or you can do something like this, students. Let's use this. So students. And then here, let's do it. So dot, which method I should use? Insert. And then what are the fields? Name. And where do we get the name from? Let's request.body.name. Then phone number, the same, right? Was it? It's good to have someone waking up. I'm not sure. What was it? Common case in the database or in the request? I actually don't even remember.
In the request, it's common case.
Okay. Okay. Good to know. Okay, so let's do this one. So phone number. Yeah. Okay. Good. So now this is an operation. So that's the same thing. We want to do await because it's a promise. So then we do async. And what does it return? I think it returns the rows affected by this. Yeah, let's see. Okay, const result. So result dot.
Console log it, right?
Yeah, let's do that. Console log result. And then what can we do? So like we don't want to do push to the array again. Another thing we can do is, again, we return everything to them. So how can we try this? Post. Then body. We are not going to use the ID anymore, so it doesn't matter. But then the first name had 1, 2, 3, 4 number. Let's try to be different. Which number should we do? 4, 5, 6. That's different enough. And then let's do post and then see how it's going to look like. Oh, I got 2 things. And we didn't know what response we were going to do. So then we got an array with 2. That's probably the index of the item we added. So that is good enough for insert. Because of time constraints, I will best update, but you probably know what to do with updates, right? Let's do with update is here called, there's upsert or update. I don't know if you know what upsert means. So upsert mean update the item if it exists and insert it if it doesn't exist. That's an advanced kind of thing. And then update, you only update it when it exists. Yeah, more or less, yes. Okay, let's skip put. Delete should be easier, but you always need to remember one thing, and that is the where. Yes, exactly. So we need to change this. So How do we do it? What should I search for here? No, what do we want to do? So what should I search for here? No, what function? No. Delete. Delete in the database. What query would you use? Yeah, okay. No. Never do that as well. So if I do delete from students, what that would do? Yes, what that would do? All students. Yes. Reset the school, basically. Start the school from scratch. Is that what we want? Where ID equal to something. There actually was another issue I have faced in the past. So sometimes you can do by mistake instead of I minus, and then that would also delete everything. So I have done a lot of interesting things, but not for today. So let's go. Okay, so let's do next dot yes, and then the table name students dot delete. Or how does it work? So yeah, okay. So we do the where statement and then we delete. So let's do dot where ID, and we have the ID. Student ID. This is how you do it. Yeah. Okay. I am not sure, but let's try that. And then if that works, we delete. Yes. DL is the same. Okay, I think it's the same because that's also in the documentation here. They are grouping it together. So it's fine. Yes. So if I forget to do this part, what would happen? All of them. Then here, what is going to be returned? So let's see, result equal to, yeah, okay, we need to await and then do async. So here it's a number. That's kind of the number of rows changes. If the number is 1000, what does that mean? That means you deleted everything. Yeah, exactly. You are fired. Yes. So here, in this case, if we want to keep the same thing, so here if we say that if this equal to 0, what does that mean? We deleted nothing. If that is greater than 0, we deleted something. So, okay. So let's say instead of returning all students, we just do message deleted successfully, if I can write. Okay. Do you think this would work? It looks fair, same, it looks fine. So if we get students, so how many students do we have? Which one should we delete? Just pick one. Number 1. Then let's do which verb should I pick? Delete. Which ID should I pick? 1. What should I do? Press send. It's deleted successfully. Okay, what if I try to delete it again? Which error message? Which thing I will get? I will get this one, right? Because the delete, result will be 0. So try again. Here it's not update, it's a wrong message. You try to delete. And then what if I try to do get? It's only one user. So now I can do all the operations on the database. And it's the different from the one that we have in the beginning of the class because now we restarted the server multiple times and it still works. Where? No, yeah, because what do we read here? So then, yeah, it doesn't really matter. I think it's.
You would otherwise use the path parameter, right?
Yeah, exactly. You could also use 1 and then not pass anything that's all here. Something like this. So multiple ways to do the same thing. Cool. Are we good? There is another exercise, but we have 4 minutes left. So it's very unlikely that we will be able to do everything there. But then maybe I'll give you the 4 minutes to raise questions if you have any questions about what we have learned so far. Nothing?
Is there any other tool that we can use for this? Because I couldn't find any video or
Okay, really?
I mostly use Connect with MongoDB, but not.
But with MongoDB, you would usually use something called Mongoose. Mongoose. This is no Mongoose. Of course, not the. It's NPM. But then, yes, it's also very popular, like 2 million times. That's usually what used with MongoDB. But like the next and what it's called ORM. ORM stands for Object Relational Model or Map Model. Yeah. So yeah. So that's kind of a library that allows you to deal with databases. So if you just search for ORM and then NodeJS, then someone say you should not use them, ignore them. I think the other one famous is Sequelize. I've used this one before. You can also find some articles like, oh, top 11 Node.js ORMs. So then you will find them saying just use SQL, Prisma, Sequelize, I've used this before, type ORM, Mongoose, object, next, the one we... You can use SQL, like the pure client, but that would make your life harder. It's a bit more difficult because then you will need to deal with a lot of more things. Like you can use Node.js, but we use Express because it's similar. It's the same thing. You can use MySQL client, but you use Sequelize or you use Next because it will make your life easier. Because actually, but what is the confusing part? Because to me, this kind of statement looks quite straightforward. So what do you think is difficult with this? Just out of curiosity. What do you think is difficult with using SQL or Next? Because you would only try for alternative if what you have is not good enough or you don't have resources. And that is, yes, that's a good enough reason, but it's also why it's not good enough. That's also a good question. So like, is it because YouTube videos, but maybe there is enough articles on the internet? Of course, it depends on what you prefer. Yeah. I actually not really sure. Yes. I don't know if you know, Kristen, something about that.
I want to find something that is mostly used in big companies.
Yeah.
It's more popular and all the people use that.
Yeah.
It is better if you can learn something that
is by the end you are learning a tool to do something. So if you know how to do it with Next, if you are going to try to Sequelize, I've used Sequelize before, then you understand the concept. Then you just apply it. It's just a tool. So whatever tool you know, it's fine because it's the same kind of idea. I don't know if you have, what library have you used before, Kristen?
I think they use Prisma these days.
Okay.
Like I think it's called that Prisma. Like
Yeah, it was also in this article I showed. Yes, this one.
Yeah, that's the one. I think that's the most used one these days.
Yeah.
But it's Next is simpler than Prisma is. I think.
Yeah. It's more.
Sure though.
Yeah.
I haven't used it. But if you want something that I actually use more often, I've heard of Prisma before, but I haven't heard of Next. That's different.
Yeah.
And they do the same thing.
and something else that I think it's better to learn this before because we all already did the homework and spend a lot of time understanding what is the concept of this.
I think there are two schools or two approaches here because I think we have discussed it before, and there are two things.
Look at the documentation of this 2 hours, and I just didn't know what's going on in this.
That's actually intentional.
Copy and paste
Yeah.
some of them, and I understand what they do.
Yes, that's actually intentional. So we have actually discussed it before, and the thing is, there are two schools or two approaches. Like one approach is that you are here to learn, and you're supposed only to learn things on Sunday, and the rest of the week that you just practice what you have learned. That's one thing. The other thing is like we are here on Sunday to help you, but you are supposed to learn and figure out how to learn things on your own. Because when you go to work in a job like somewhere, you will not know everything there. you will need to still learn how to research and how to find things. So it's here, like in the Sunday, we're giving you kind of the start of the thing, and you are supposed to go to things that you don't know and search and ask about them if you don't. Because then, no, okay, yeah.
Doing the exercises that we did already at home, but we didn't have time to practice more or learn something advanced.
Yeah.
That is true, but also I'm saying that if you guys have all with went through this next thing, right? And this 2 hour like grind of trying to understand it, then when Ahmed would have asked you at like the first slide of so guys talk about .m5, you guys would have been like, yeah, we know, we did already. So then you just skip the next slide, and then you would have.
Okay, it was the same.
I know, but I'm saying like, we would have had an hour at the end of the class to ask questions, right? You would have said that everything was already at least somewhat clear. It wasn't new to you. I'm not saying new specifically because I can see that you already did your research.
Yeah. Any more questions? No?
Talking about delete just by ID something. What if we want to delete by ID something? Then ID is storing for another table. Those some functions was because I got thousands of errors and I tried to figure it out. Like I want to delete the currency ID like reservation.
Yes.
So yes, my function is fine, like, but it doesn't work because I'm not sure that I wrote something right in my database. So I should go really much back to put something there, but I didn't do it.
No.
So generally, I can delete, but I cannot. So how to keep it like this?
So you're asking more about delete or update?
About delete. I want to delete.
Yeah.
By ID, but they
It's connected to something. Yeah, let me repeat also for people on Zoom. So like what you're saying is, if you have a like relationship between tables, like one to many or many to many or whatever, and then you have a meal and let's say orders. And then if you try to delete a meal, you will get an error because it's associated to an order. And then you are asking how to do that. Yes. Do you have an answer, Kristen? I also have.
That's in the schema, right?
Yeah.
When you define a schema and you define a foreign key. In any database, you can have these two.
Can you use the microphone so also people on Zoom can hear? Yeah.
I love listening to my own voice.
Yeah.
So in a database, you can, when you define a foreign key, you can always have these two fields. Is it two? Maybe these two on what to do on update and what to do on delete. I don't know how it is in MySQL, but it's probably close. So you can say that on delete, there's this thing called cascade. What that? Yeah. Yes. Yes. That is true, but yeah. And but that is what you call in like actual company. That's what you call migration, right? Like there's no such thing as a company starts out and they already know every single thing that they're going to need in the future. Like complications come after it. Like, oh wait, maybe I actually want to delete something like a meal that I already have a reservation on. And in those cases, then you want to create a new schema, right? And you already have data in there that you don't want to lose, right? Depends. Like, okay, so for people who are at home, the answer was that you can do this alter table command that you can change the definition of a foreign key, as you said. Or you can say that, okay, this foreign key, from now on, if I want to delete something, just cascade, meaning that if I delete a meal, then all reservations on that meal should be also deleted, right? That's how it makes sense. Because you can't reserve a meal that doesn't exist. That's one way to do it. And you can do this onto your table without changing stuff. But you are right that there are changes you can do altering a table that can break code. For instance, if you rename a column, right? Like if you rename name to first name or something, then that would be breaking some code that they already wrote in Node.js, for instance. And that's the kind of thing that you have to remember.
Thank you, people on Zoom. And yeah, we'll see you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Ahmed, for everything. Thanks for today.